Hey guys, how's it going? Be doing a little Path of Exile 2 mapping today. I just got into mapping pretty late last night. And yeah, to get a whole lot of time to mess around with it. I've only done, what, like 8 maps, something like that? 7? So, not super far into it. I did get my first corrupted area done, so I have a cleansed area that I'm kind of messing around with here currently. Then I have 2 unique maps that are just like right off the edge of the screen here, would be nice to check those out fairly soon as well. And I've got another corrupted area kind of off in the distance to figure out where the big main tower is that I'm supposed to be going after. Actually looked around the map for you. Oh, there it is. So I may go down and hit another corrupted area here and try to get some more points for the Atlas passive tree. I'm trying out a slightly different variation on this build that there's a streamer named Dijo that does content for just a lot of ARPGs in general. I think he mostly got popular from Diablo 4 when it first hit, and then when it kind of went sideways and not as many people were playing anymore, he kind of branched off to other ARPGs. At least that's the way that I see it. I don't know if that's actually how it was done, because before Diablo I didn't know him. I didn't know of him, I should say. So I'm playing an alteration on the build that I'm using based on some of his thoughts and ideas. Several of them have been really good ideas and I really enjoyed them, but one of them in particular I am not a fan of in the least. So I don't know if he'll end up changing his build, if maybe he'll decide that he doesn't care for it as much either, but it is on Lightning Spear. It's the Spectral Volley, and basically it just makes my skills do 60% less damage whenever I manually use it, but then it piles up spears above your head, up to 5 of them, and they will launch automatically. All of them that you have will launch at the same time, and they deal 20% more damage per spear. So I feel like this is kind of a DPS loss, because I fire way more manually launched spears than non. And the shitty thing about these spears is they don't automatically launch in a specific time. You have to not be casting for them to launch. They don't just launch while you're still casting. You have to be completely not casting at all to get them to launch. And it's like there's so many times that I have tons of enemies all around me, and doing 60% less damage on all my manual casts just makes it a really shitty feeling. And then the amount of time that you have to wait to get them to spawn is let's see, yeah, 3 seconds. So you have to go a 3-second window without casting anything at all in order to get them to fire. And yeah, I don't know. That's an awfully long time to have to go without launching any spears whatsoever. Normally, once you get to the point to where you have 3 seconds without firing, it's generally because you've just cleared the area, and there's a decent potential that you're not going to find another pack of enemies within 3 seconds, and then all those spears are just going to fire into nothing and do no damage. So I don't know. So far I am not impressed with the Spectral Volley at all, and he has that listed as like the #1 most important thing to get for Lightning Spear. I don't know, maybe later on when you have an insane weapon it'll make a big difference, but like right now it feels really, really shitty. So I'll go in and do one more here so people can see what it looks like. But I'm probably going to change back out of that, because it's just, I mean, mathematically it may end up being more damage, but that's assuming that all of your spears are hitting something. But practicality, it's just not really there. And I was actually going to pop over and ask him about that, but he's playing Last Epoch right now, which, I mean, I'm not a big fan of coming in and asking questions about a game that you're not even, you know, streaming currently, so.
Lightning strikes twice.
But as you can see, I have a bunch of spears that are kind of like around my character right now. They're spectral, but you have to wait that long for them to fire. And it's just like, I mean, if you've only got like one enemy, if it's like a big enemy like this, it's not too bad. But it just eats through my mana trying to just kill regular enemies, like just non-stop, so. It's 60% reduced damage on all of these manual ones that I'm having to cast. And I just have to sit here and wait and wait and wait, and okay, now they fire. And it's a nice, you know, group of damage when it does fire, but I mean, when you're starting to get surrounded, it's like, I don't know, it's just extremely situational. I'm not a fan. And it's really unfortunate because normally this guy's builds are just, I mean, phenomenal. You know, as a rule, he's in both in Diablo and so far in Path of Exile, he's been in one of the, you know, the top handful of people to get, you know, the highest in the ladders and the rankings and stuff like that. I can't remember if he's playing hardcore right now in PoE or what he's doing, but it's like, this is not the build that he used going through the game. And I don't know, like I said, maybe this gets really nice later on when you have a really high-end weapon and doing 60% less damage still allows you to pretty much one-shot all the regular enemies, but I'm just not seeing it. Like, I lucked out and got like 3 kills there with that auto fire, but like I said, sometimes it plays into your, you know, into your advantage, but it seems to be rarely. Such a long wait time. This could be completely improved if they reduce the wait time by at least half, or if they made it to where the spears would just auto fire as soon as you got to 5. Because you can't have more than I think it's 5 of them around you at any time. So if it auto fired when you hit 5 of them, that would be phenomenal. Like that would be an amazing skill. I mean, even if the damage on it wasn't as high, but to be fair, having a 60% reduction in your manually casted abilities is it's shitty feeling. It's like when there's few things on the screen and they're attacking your pet, then you can get away with it, but it's like, I don't need an alpha strike at that point. It's like if my regular skills would have just done normal damage, that shit would have all been dead anyways, so. Yeah, I'm seriously considering just yanking that gem. I'm not impressed.
Come on.
Once again, 4 kills that I got there, and that was me, like, I saw them, I could have casted at them manually, and I was just having to wait for the stupid spears to fire. So it's like, if I was doing full damage, I could have just fired 1, maybe 2 spears at most and killed them. It's like, I've actually had some time to play around with this now, and I feel like this build is far worse, just, and by build, I mean the build of the game, not specifically this Huntress build. But I feel like the 0.2.0 update is a horrendous build on the game. Like, I think they've gone backwards in their launch of the game. So everything about the game is significantly slower than what it was in 010. It's just like killing enemies is way slower, killing bosses is way slower. I mean, and this is considering, you know, the class that I was playing previously before I got all of the phenomenally amazing gear that made the character completely broken. It's like, I definitely agree that they needed to tone down the top end potentially because you could get there too quickly. It was too easy to get insane gear for the Archmage, but they didn't fix that here. It's like I mean, like you can still get pretty insanely built Archmages. The big difference now is it just does less damage, but everyone, you know, like, does less damage now. It's not just the insane Archmage build. Every single class is slower now, and it's like that really shouldn't have been the goal. It's like no one wants to play an insanely slow game in an ARPG, especially with all the ones that we've, you know, been playing for the past, what, 20 years or so, Diablos and everything. It's like they've always been fast-paced games. It's like, I think that the slow pace concept of it was good, but that's the concept of like, hey, we don't have travel skills that allow you to zip around the screen anymore. It's like, okay, not the game's sufficiently slow. Stop trying to make it slower than that. And they also, there was an interview that they did a while back. I really wish I knew where I could find the interview because I would like to do like a little reaction video to it. But it was basically people talking about the concept of on-death abilities. So like when you kill an enemy, how they explode and, you know, just like, or drop grenades or drop some kind of thing on the ground that will just instantly kill you. And somebody was commenting and basically applauding them for not having as much of that in the game, that they really hated that from Path of Exile 1. And they were like, oh yeah, you know, we really hated the concept of things that would just insta-give you, you know, when you would kill them and their corpse would somehow kill you. It's really weird. The video on YouTube is like insanely behind right now. What's up with that? Oh wait, I do know what's up with that, never mind. Sorry, saw something out of the corner of my eye and was a little confused by what was going on. But yeah, I mean, they were being applauded for not having much of that in the game, and people were really happy about it. And then they come out with this build, and they've added a bunch of new creatures. And guess what? They have a set of spiders that you find very frequently, that their corpses explode almost instantaneously on death, and they will one-shot you.
You're mine. Watch your step.
So yeah, they kind of went completely the opposite direction of what they said they were originally going to do. It may be speaking too soon because I haven't seen any posts about them cleaning it up, but I haven't seen any latency issues with the game so far playing today. Now, I had the same experience last night where I played for a while and then all of a sudden I started getting that 1 frame every 15 minutes bullshit going on again. And it is a latency that is coming from the server because you can track it on your latency meter. So it'll be going along, like I'm in 38 milliseconds right now, and then it'll shoot up to like 4,000 for 2 or 3 seconds, which basically is 0 frames during that window. The whole game freezes up, and then it does like the, you know, the Mach 15 flying around the screen for everything to catch up. And that is only visible in this game. I can be running pings and stuff to various servers and running speed tests and things like that in the background. Nothing else sees it except this game. So this is something coming straight from their servers that's causing this problem. I don't know if they're like randomly getting DDoSed right now because people are pissed off about the game, or like I really have no idea what's going on with it, but there is definitely a serious latency issue that they're dealing with, and I don't know if everybody is getting this problem or what the deal is with that, but I've definitely had periods where it's happening to me and then I say something about it in the general chat in the game and then people act like they don't know what I'm talking about. So, but then other people are constantly getting disconnected for no reason, so I think it just affects some people and not others, and then it seems like some people are getting disconnected where others are just getting massive amounts of lag. And it may have something to do with your download speed as well, so like the better your connection, potentially the better it can handle it, and instead of disconnecting you, you just get a shit ton of lag. That just feels like more than 3 seconds. I mean, it's probably not, but it's just one of those things where you're just like sitting here and waiting. You're like, oh my god, is this ever going to fire? Then half of the shots fucking miss. But when I'm shooting this way, they all hit. Well, there was one that missed.
My mana's gone. Proof of me prowess.
Yeah, I got squirreled. I have YouTube running on another system, and just to make sure that there's no like issues with the video feed or anything like that, and I had rewinded to look at something, and I didn't fast forward it back to current, so it was showing me coming live, but it was like 10 minutes after I went live, so I was like, why does YouTube have a 10-minute delay in it right now? But yeah, it was just because it's 10 minutes behind on the video feed because of where I rewinded it to look at something. Also need to go and pick up some more of my ascendancies. So I'm going to be going through this path and grabbing this one here. This will give me 10% more damage and then two 12% accuracy nodes. And then this one gives me another 15% accuracy with 6% attack speed and then 10 strength and dex. The dex is good for evasion. The strength is good for health. That'll be roughly 20, another 20 health. Then a bunch more evasion there. And based on this notable, my weapons deal extra physical damage equal to 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon. Actually, I wonder if that's actually doing anything. Potentially, Nell. Why do you ask? A lot of it will depend on if server stability stays decent, or if it starts doing the crazy lagging. It's like doing maps and killing bosses is just not really possible when the lag is insane, which is one of the reasons I think the amount of people playing the game right now has been super low. I mean, people will piss and moan about different creatures and stuff added to the game, and you know, certain things that they don't like, but they'll still play. But the number one killer for online games is when it's lagging to the point that you die constantly, especially once you start hitting the point where you start losing XP on death, because that's just really lame. I was really hoping they would have gone the route of removing the XP loss penalty, but they did not go that way, unfortunately. I was like, where is the last enemy at? But it's this little burrowed bitch over here. Oh, hey.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
Another unique. Yeah, if the latency starts going sideways or something like that, then I will potentially go do some PvP in WoW. And I may do that just in general, depending on how entertained I stay with the game overall. I don't know what it is about it this time around, but it's just not quite as fun as it was the first time. I don't know if it's just because I played so much of it the first time, or if it's just because I'm not enjoying... I mean, I'm definitely not enjoying this particular new build that I'm doing, so... Roll something else good on here. It was a clusterfuck, Joe. Didn't miss much. Oh. That could be nice. Engage is the only thing that's not capped out there, and not really a fan of that. Everything else is capped out. Okay, that's not too bad. Give that one a shot. It's back in here. Toy with it later. Yeah, the raid was basically a clusterfuck. Like, we just, we had problems with people being able to hold things together.
Lightning strikes twice.
The raid lead also did not have a great method for how to deal with the boss, and then just wasn't doing anything at all as far as trying to improve. Like, he wasn't working with any suggestions whatsoever. And then at the very end of the raid, like that, like when we first started doing the fight, I was like, hey, you know, if we did these handful of things, then it would probably improve significantly our ability to kill this. And then there was just nothing, no comments or anything. And then in the last like 10 minutes of the raid, he's like, yeah, I think next time we do this boss, we're gonna do these things. And I'm like, those are literally what I just said like an hour and a half ago. Why, you know, why weren't you willing to give that a try at that point so we could just fucking kill the boss? It would have been one thing if he would have had a really good strat going into it, and we just needed some time to learn the strat. But I mean, he really had no basis for anything that he was trying to get us to do. it was like, let's just go in here and crapshoot and see what happens. Yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm not particularly interested in wasting my time all night. It's like I'm not enjoying raiding with them right now when it comes to something that's actually difficult. It's like when you're going in and doing a face roll and everything's just dying and you're getting all the loot. But it's like these are two back-to-back raids, two separate teams, where neither team killed more than one boss. And it's like, come on. It's just a little pathetic. Oh, that's worthless.
Of course. Hello. Time is not on our side.
Yeah, I'm definitely very satisfied with my my plan of not raiding with both teams anymore, and then I could potentially get to the point, depending on how this stuff continues to go, where I just quit raiding with them altogether. Yeah, I mean, all of that stuff was a known thing, and I mean, in the Friday team still couldn't do the stuff, and then the Thursday team did all right, but it took them forever to, take their panties off and actually put on some big boy shorts, so. We'll see what that is. Kind of, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would even call it an actual strategy. I just think I would call it a strategy. Like a lot of the things that we were having problems with wasn't particularly because it was some super difficult thing that we just couldn't figure out. It was just that we had no strategy. Like, we learned very early on that it is extremely bad to have people in places around the map that were not next to the boss, because she will charge people and then she does like an 11k hit. And on my hunter, I have like 6,700 hit points. So it's like, yeah, that's just death. And then there is a particular event that happens in the fight. One of the events you have to deal with causes cannons to launch these spots. It like makes spots appear on the ground, and then after a excuse me, after a few moments, those spots will ignite on fire, and they do like roughly 25% of your health and damage a tick, which is a lot. So you don't want to be standing in them. So the thing is everybody's kind of in the center, they all shoot out, and then we run to the outer edges to get away from the circles on the ground before they ignite. Well, they didn't pick a direction to take the boss. It was just at the whim of whoever happened to be tanking it at the moment, and it's a tank swapping fight. So it was never guaranteed that the same tank was going to be tanking it each time. So every time that we did it, the boss was just randomly taken to one of the sides. And it's like, okay, so if you were the group that went to the other side, you're now divided by a giant wall of fire that will kill you if you try to run through it. But if you're on the opposite side of the wall of fire from the boss, she will randomly charge people and kill them, and there's really nothing you can do about it. Because, I mean, even overshields and stuff won't save most of the DPS because you just don't have enough health. And it wasn't until, like, some of the final attempts where I had to reiterate, like, 3 or 4 times, this is a bad idea, before the raid lead was like, okay, yeah, I think I'm always going to take the boss to this particular location. And it's like every time we were getting a split, we were losing like 2 to 3 DPS. And it's like, it's like, how can you not see this as a problem? It's like half of the raid is telling you that they can't survive these attacks, and I'm telling you how to solve the problem, and you're not listening. It's just like, it's almost like he intentionally does not listen to my suggestions at some points. specifically because he just wants to do it himself. And it's like, I don't know, man. That's not really what I signed up for, so. But it's, you know, it's like I'm used to when I'm raid leading, I go in and meticulously review the raids and, you know, spend a lot of time watching them. And I didn't do it for this one because, you know, I'm not the raid lead, but he obviously got some information from somewhere, but I don't know if it was from him actually watching the raid or if he just got some notes from somebody or something. But yeah, I mean, like he very obviously did not understand what was going on in the fights and didn't have any idea on how to handle certain aspects of what was happening. And it's just like that's really bad for a raid lead. It's like, come on, man, do better. You know, and of course I'll get those arguments from people like, you know, like I'm sure if he heard me saying this, one of his potential arguments would be like, oh, well, man, I got a life and I can't just live on the game and, you know, and watch all this stuff. It's like, well, that's fine, but then why are you raid leading? If you can't do the job of a raid leader, why are you raid leading? It's like, that's my argument. It's like, I get that people can't just live on the game and do things, but those are called raiders and not raid leaders. It's like raid leaders are no-lifers. It's like those are the people who don't have jobs and can just sit around and fucking watch over this shit nonstop. And it's like, if you can't do that, you're doing a massive disservice to your raid team. Especially when you claim to be, you know, a group that is really pushing content and wanting to do it. I mean, if they stuck with the attitude of just like, oh yeah, we're just a bunch of dads, and, you know, if we don't ever kill half of the raid, you know, in the entire phase, then yeah, that's fine, whatever. And like, I would get that one too, but that's not their opinion. They have the opinion that they're one of the top guilds on the server, and I'm like, this is fucking sad. You think you're one of the top guilds on the server, and you had 2 raid teams that killed 1 fucking boss. It's like, okay. Yeah, they think they're a pretty high end guild. I mean, it's all copium at the end of the day. I mean, I've pointed it out multiple times. Like, they think they're a high-end guild because they look at their parses and their clear times and stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, we're clearing really well, and like all of our people have really good parses. But I'm like, you guys are comparing your parses to raids that have up to 40 people in them. All the hardcore raiders and hardcore parsers are 20-man capping. It's a different bracket. It's like, so you're not even being compared to the best people that are out there. And it's kind of like the same analogy that I have from other things where you get those dumbasses that, you know, are driving down the road and they get at a red light and they're sitting next to like a soccer mom in a fucking van or something, and the light turns green and they just fucking floor it, take off, and they're like, oh yeah, man, I fucking stomped that bitch. It's like, they had no chance of fucking racing me. And it's like, dude, it's a soccer mom. They're not trying to fucking race you. They're just fucking go to the grocery store. And it's like, that's basically what these guys are doing with trying to parse. It's like, you're parsing against people and thinking that you're badass because you're number one, and you're not parsing against people who give a flying fuck about parsing. Or they care about parsing, but they don't understand enough about parsing to know that they suck. And it's like, so you're top of the shit pile. And it's like, I mean, I hate to say it because a lot of these people are pretty cool, but it's like, you're not parsing. It's like, that's not what this is. It's like you're parsing against people that aren't trying to parse, or that aren't skilled enough to actually parse. It's like, you know, and I've pointed that out in a few cases when people were talking about how great they were, and I was like, you know what? Our number one parser in the guild that's like number 5 druid in our like in the bracket that they're parsing in, I went and looked at the same DPS in the parsing bracket in the 20-man or less raid team, and they're not even in the top 100 on the server for druids. It's like, you're not even close to being good. So yeah, it's just like, I mean, and that kind of stuff just drives me nuts. And it, of course, you know, these people get all pissed off because in their little world, they think they're doing something awesome. And then when you point out, yeah, you're not actually doing anything at all. It's like, you know, it's like a college educated person being super excited because they understand math better than a first grader. I mean, that's really, that's really what they're kind of doing here. It's like first graders don't even know enough to know that they should be trying to compete in math. And you're excited because you can do division and they can't. It's like at the end of the day, you suck, you're not good at math. But you know, when you try to tell these people that, you know, where they're so wrapped up in their own little fucking world and they just think they're badass, it's like, well, then you're the asshole for pointing out the obvious. It's like, okay. But yeah, it's like these particular people are not my kind of raider. There just happens to be a handful of people there that I like, but to be fair, a lot of them are getting kind of sick of raiding over there, primarily for the same reasons. It's like just raiding with people that are below their caliber of raider and are causing wipes constantly, and people just aren't having fun. Like, yeah, nobody wants to go in with like literally zero idea of what's going on and then just try to face roll it for the whole night. Yeah, heroic parsing is the floor. That's true. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things too. Like we had a thing, I don't know if you were there for it on Thursday night. You probably missed it because it was at the very end of the raid. So I can't remember if you were actually there, but one of the healers, so there's a group of like 5 guys that raid in this team, and that they kind of remind me of like Jeebus and those dudes that raided with us before, where they came over and they kind of thought they were helping out a lower end team, but at the end of the day, they weren't really that amazing themselves. Like, they weren't bad players, but best case scenario, they were kind of middle of the road. And, you know, but they had that attitude of them of like, oh yeah, we're badass and we're coming over here to help out. And, you know, we do things for you guys and blah, blah, blah. Well, there's a group of people like that in Critical Mass on the SOD server. And they're really not that great of players, in my opinion. Like, they're pretty shitty. They're shitty people and they're shitty players. And it's one of those things where they all live East Coast, and these guys raid as though they're West Coast time. So our raid starts at 10 p.m. on East Coast, and we go until 1 a.m. So, like, my number one complaint about these guys is that they have that attitude of like, oh, well, we're East Coast and we have to work really early in the morning, so we can't stay till the end of raid. So they're always wanting to leave early. The funny thing about leaving early, though, is they only do it on progression nights. Funny how that works. I mean, I understand that later on it becomes a non-issue, because if you can clear the whole raid zone in 2 hours, well, then you're getting done at midnight, and, you know, potentially that's more reasonable for them. My argument is there's a transition period between when progression, like, you've progressed far enough to actually kill pretty much all of the bosses, but you're not progressed so far that you are able to get out of the raid early. It basically, to kill every single boss takes the full raid time, and they can manage to stay for that transition period because they know they're going to get loot. But when we're actually working on progression and they know that the last 45 minutes of the raid is going to be nothing but wiping while we learn, oh, well, then now mysteriously they have to leave early. And it's like, they're just shitty fucking people. It's like, if you can't make the raid times of the guild, why did you fucking join it, you fucking retards? It's like, they're so fucking stupid. It's like one of the most disrespectful fucking things I've ever seen. I don't understand why people are so selfish that they will join a raid team and then expect that raid team to change their times because these guys can't make it. It's like, if you can't make it, go find another fucking guild. It's like, it's really that simple. So we all had to quit early. And, you know, so like the concept was, they told the raid lead, oh, well, we're only able to stay until 12:30 for raids tonight. And then, so at like 12:10, we were talking about something, and somebody made a comment of like, oh, well, we're only going to be able to get like one more attempt because that group has to leave at 12:30. And several people, including myself, made a comment about how that was super shitty, that it was the very first night of the fucking raid and these guys are ditching early. Well, one of them took offense to that, which was the paladin healer, and he fucking left right then. So he was just like, well, if y'all don't like it, I'm just out, and then just fucking leaves the raid, like just quits out of the raid and logs out. And I'm like, Jesus, dude, you better be glad I don't have any control in this guild, because you would have instantly been fucking G-kicked. So it's like we didn't even get to do our like final attempt to try to work out some of the problems that we had, you know, kind of figured out on that night. And I was like, these guys are just the scum of the fucking earth. It's like they're all fucking pathetic. Like, just selfish fucking asshats. And surprisingly enough, out of their group of 5, guess who one of them is? It's fucking Riken. The shittiest fucking tank I've ever seen in my life. He's one of that 5-man group.
Straight through the air. Have enough in my pack already.
Yeah, fucking Riken. I mean, that's pretty sad when people that don't even play on the SOD server know who Riken is and know that he's a retard. It's like you've watched enough of the videos of raiding with him to know that he's a fucking moron. Yeah, exactly. It's like you guys are watching this stuff live and seeing all this stupid ass shit. It's like, I really just want to play with a group of people that have similar opinions of what I have when it comes to playing. It's like, I want to play with people that are going to get in and be serious about playing. I want to play with people that are going to get in and research the content before they just show up. And I want to play with people that when they make a commitment, they stick with it. I mean, that was just like when we were running raids, you know, running the guild on in 2019 Classic. The concept of the number of people that we would spell out to them exactly what it was we were looking for, exactly what the expectations are, exactly what our raid times were, and how many people did we have to G-kick because they committed to doing all of this stuff, and then within the first like 2 or 3 raids, they were already being worthless and not sticking to their commitment. They would show up to raids and not knowing what they were supposed to do. They would show up to raids without consumables, without enchants. You know, they would show up to raids and then be like, oh yeah, you know, you guys said that you know, whenever we were doing you know, whenever PTR was available, that we would be skipping our normal raid and going to PTR and doing it there. Like, you know, I just don't really see the point in going to PTR, so I can't make it this night. It's like you were told in the interview that is something that we do, and the expectation is that you show up. And you agreed to that, and then when it comes time to do it, then, you know, mysteriously you're unavailable for the night. And it's like, I don't have a thing against people that don't want to do that. Just don't tell me that you will. You know, do what you say you're gonna fucking do what you say you'll do. If you don't want to do it, then just say, yeah, sorry, that's not really the guild I'm looking for, and then go find a different one. I mean, that's one of the things that I was going to mention when it comes to raiding in Anniversary. For Molten Core and Blackwing Lair, it's reasonable to 25 man those raids. It's very reasonable to 25 man molten core, and then by the time you get some MC gear, then you can 25 man BWL without a lot of problems. It's mostly just doing the mechanics, and the mechanics aren't hard. You know, it's you got shit like Baron Geddon, where it's like either you get out and everyone's fine, or you stand in the pile and kill the whole raid. It's like it's not a difficult mechanic, but you have to do it. So you know, and like that's the difficulty of like Baron Geddon. It's like that. There's no other difficulty aside from that. Yeah, I mean, we'll just kind of have to play around and see what people are wanting to do. I know a lot of people are interested in doing some raiding, but instead of just finding pugs and going, like we have several people that are like, oh, well, I'm just going to go join another guild until, you know, we start doing that stuff. And then it's like, well, that makes it difficult to actually do any sort of recruiting when you have no one on playing. So like we're going to end up having to find something for the group of people to do. Otherwise, they're going to make your life really difficult. Well, I mean, you also had Thorg that wanted to raid, and he left and went and joined another guild until we start, you know, moving up again. And I'm pretty sure that Kaz is actually interested in raiding. He's not like crazy focused on it right now because he does have other stuff that he's working on. But I think he'd actually, if we were raiding, he would probably. I'm under the assumption that he would definitely go. But I haven't actually directly talked with him about it. But considering the fact that he's going and grinding through PvP in order to get gear that he needs, what would be the reason you would want to do that if you weren't wanting to raid during this expansion? Because all that shit's going to be replaced. Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking forward to doing it like super fast. I mean, Nell and I still aren't even level capped yet, so we should. I'm hoping we'll get the two characters to like 59 by tomorrow night at least, because she only has about 2 hours a night for the next 2 nights to play. So we should be able to hopefully get that done, and then she'll be off starting Wednesday. And we should be able to power through and get the last of what we need done, and then actually get into running some dungeons.
The air's choked with poison. Every breath's a battle. Lightning strikes twice! Return to nothing! Clean kill.
Yeah, Nell having to work 3 straight weeks for 12-hour shifts for 7 days each week has been pretty rough, but that all ends on Tuesday. She'll finally have a full week off. Yep. It's not fire, it's lightning. Yeah, we probably will. We just won't start until like Thursday night or Friday. For some reason, I keep thinking that your days off are, start on Mondays and not Wednesdays. So waiting 2 days to start the server isn't that bad. I'm waiting to hear back from Kaz. I know he was interested, but I don't want to just do things based on the fact that he displayed an interest level. So I messaged him on Discord earlier to see if he's actually wanting to play, and if he is, then we can just start up like late Thursday night or Friday, and then that way he'll be back. And then if he doesn't want to play, then I don't know what we'll do at that point, if we'll start a server or not. Guess it'll depend on if Sin's interested in joining. I don't necessarily want to start a whole server just for the 2 of us to play a game.
The hunt is on! That was almost a challenge.
I don't know if they've done the change yet where they were talking about some of the enemies were just like way too fast and were swarming you. I'm guessing that change has gone in, because to be honest, I'm just not really feeling like that's a problem right now. Because I know they said that they were going to change it, but they also said that they were going to change so that you would have some affinities for more items to be able to quick drop them into your stash. And they talked about both of these things at the same time, and the new affinities don't exist yet. So I don't know if they are if they're introducing these in 2 separate patches, or if that patch just hasn't gone live yet. either way, I have not hit a point where I felt like I'm being swarmed. So. Actually managed to craft a really nice spear last night. Got a roll for 134% increased physical damage. It was really nice because this build converts, I think it's 80% of physical damage into lightning damage. So, a nice, nice bump. Still got 50 creatures left, or at least 50.
Wait.
Yeah, you'll have to let me know if Sin's wanting to play, Mill. Like I said, I know he's been playing lately, so I don't know. No, there's no raid tonight. It's they're doing the continuation for the Thursday team tomorrow. So I'll be going into that tomorrow night, same time. I'll probably, even though I don't normally stream on Sundays, I'll probably stream that just because I'm sure a lot of people will want to see. Maybe. I don't know, with as far behind as we are on the raid now, there may not be all that many people that give a shit because we're not actually doing, you know, progression bosses. We're doing the second fucking boss. Wow, still 50 creatures. There were not very many rares on this map at all. Yeah, it's nice to want things like that, Nell, but in practicality it just doesn't work out. That was the way people played when we first started playing like Ark Survival, because people didn't know how they wanted to play, and survival was always best in a group and stuff like that. But most of these games now, they've been you know, they've been simplified down to where solo people can play even on multiplayer servers. You don't have to be in a group to survive anymore, so most people like going out on their own and doing their own thing. What, Benched is playing SOD? I didn't even know that. But yeah, I mean, it's like the game doesn't do flex rating, and the raid is designed for 20 people. So anyone that's doing SOD with 40 people are just fucking stupid. Like, they don't even want a challenge. Like, absolutely nothing about that fight would be hard with 40 fucking people. I mean, that'd be like taking 40 people in to do ZG. It's like, come on. Oh, it's a different one? Yeah, okay. Still, either way, any group, regardless of who they are, if they're taking 40 people into a raid in SOD, they're fucking stupid. Because you don't even get more loot for having 40 people, so you get the same amount of loot that you would for a 20-man raid, but you have to divide it among 40 people instead of 20. So it's like you're never going to gear out your people. Like I said, nothing about SOD is difficult, and I really just don't understand why the average person wants to play it. I literally went over to play it because I kind of wanted to still get that. SOD was scratching the itch for playing WoW, and at the time I didn't enjoy any other version of WoW, and I at least knew people that were playing SOD. But it's like the instant that we decided to do anniversary servers, it's like my drive to play SOD has just depleted. It's just not fun.
You're as good as dead. A worthy foe.
Yeah, I mean, SOD did suck. The only thing that was really cool about SOD, to be honest, was like the compilation of new content that they added in the form of like, hey, here's some vanilla classes, but we're gonna give them some skills from TBC and Wrath using this rune system. And you know, like, all the runes were hidden, no one knew how to find them. That made SOD exciting. But as soon, I mean, it was what, like 3 days in, you could already find compilations of exactly where to find every single rune in the game, exactly what you needed to do to get them, and it got rid of the fun. I mean, it's like the unknown is what was fun about it, and then they just made it known. Like, I think one of the primal basics of humanity in general is that we are explorers. So it's like there is a fascination with discovering the unknown, and that's one of the reasons that I think gaming is so popular, or you know, at least was in the years past, was exploring a world that you didn't know anything about and learning how to, you know, to function in it, much like you would in real life. But because so much of that is removed in real life now, you know, there's really nowhere you can go to explore anything in real life anymore, unless you're, you know, going to go to space. But you know, considering the fact that 99.9% of the population can't make it to space, well, you have video games. But then you start getting you know, websites that are coming out like Wowhead and stuff like that, and they just compile all the information and throw it up there, and then everybody just knows all the information and there's no exploration left. Because we're also driven by the concept of trying to be first at things, and that seems to trump the exploration part of it. So it's like, people naturally want to explore, but they also want to be first. They want to be best. And unfortunately, in a video game, being best means that you have essentially done the exploring before anyone else can do it. So when you can go to a website and just get everything answered and get all the stuff, you're now higher up in the list than all of the other players. And yeah, I agree with that. That games present a challenge and test your mental abilities. I think that's another one of the problems that we run into these days, as well as most people can't handle having their mental abilities tested, because at the end of the day, it shows that they didn't really get an education and they're relatively stupid. So. Yeah, that's another issue as well. Is it's like not only do people know the WoW content, like the anniversary and classic and all that kind of content, not only do they know it because so many people have played it before, there are thousands of people who play it at a hardcore level even right now because they've been playing on private servers for years and they've discovered tons of things. And then they come over and they're like, once again, they're kind of like, oh, we want to race to world first, but we've been practicing for this for the past 15 years, where the rest of the people doing this, most of them haven't even played this content. And it's like, yeah, well, do you understand why top-end guilds are top-end? It's because they're cheaters. They're not playing, with a fair setup.
Forgive me. No! Away with you!
It's just another one of those examples of people who are wanting to compete against people who are not competing, essentially. Oh, this is a weird map. There's like these random tree things that are spitting shit at me, and the tree can't be killed. I don't know if I really understand what's going on here. Something people don't realize is practice makes perfect. Yeah, 100%. People also don't seem to realize the concept of going to the PTR and practicing means that you kill more bosses week 1, and that new gear is going to be way more important than some random piece of gear that you're missing from the previous raid tier.
This is what I get for fraying you. And that's that.
Is this thing actually hurting me? Oh, it went away. Yeah, you're exactly right, Joe. You're basically saying the same thing I just said. So no, that stuff doesn't hurt, but what is it doing exactly? Is it just there to make me think something's happening? Might have something to do with the fact that we don't even have set raid days yet, Fluid.
My mana's gone. Fingers crossed, luck's on my side. That was almost a challenge. Bring it on.
What did you think about what you saw of the raid last night, Matisti? Did you actually get to see much of it? I couldn't remember if you came in while we were raiding or if it was at the very end.
Come on.
It seems like mage healing is doing exceedingly well in it for the time being, anyways. At least in the first fight, Yoder was actually like top healer by a pretty decent margin. And his character is still relatively new, so I don't know how much that really plays into... I don't know how much gear really plays into healing for a mage healer, but... The concept of mages healing is still just such a foreign concept, in my opinion.
No mana.
Hey, Anubus, thanks for stopping in. That was some sort of a one-shot mechanic that I didn't even see. I kind of wish this game had like death logs in it to where you could see what the fuck it was that hit you. You talking about PTRs, Joe?
Lightning strikes twice.
Yeah, people would always whine about PTRs. It's like, if you're not willing to do PTRs, why are you even in a raid team? Like, or in a progression team, I should say. It's like, if you're in some just like random bullshit raid team, then yeah, you know, they're not gonna do PTRs. But like, if you're joining a guild that claims that they're a progression, it's like, that's a standard part of a progression raid team, is you go to PTR and you learn the shit.
A clean kill. Take this.
Okay, what is summoning these things? This is getting on my nerves. Can't even get close enough to it to attack it. It's like, it's stages like this that make this game really annoying. It's like, this thing is just repeatedly summoning these little fucking balls that when they get near you, they explode and basically will one-shot you. And then you're in these tiny little corridors where when you deal with one, there's already 3 more coming at you. And it's like this is just needlessly a long fight for no reason. It's like, this is absolutely unnecessary. I just think it's really funny when people claim that their concept of playing a difficult game isn't actually the fact that it's difficult. It's a, hey, we're going to make this thing as long as possible and see how long you can go before you accidentally make a mistake and fuck up and die. It's like, that's not really a test of whether or not somebody's good. Like, a test of whether or not somebody's good is a, you get one shot and you screw up and you die, or you don't, and everything should be reactionary. It's like, we're just going to make this annoying mechanic, and we're going to make you do it 200 times. Hope you don't screw up. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's like, it makes more sense for that kind of content to be out there when you're like 12 years old and you don't know the difference between what is reasonable and what is not in a world. And it's like, you have absolutely no responsibilities or any other interests whatsoever, and you can just sit around and play games non-stop, so you can mindlessly attempt this for days on end kind of concept. But you know, like, for people who are older, which is getting to be the vast majority of people playing games these days, because young people can't afford to play them anymore at the rate we're going, it's like, it's just not reasonable. It's like, yeah, sure, you know, back when I played Final Fantasy X when I was probably like 17 years old or something like that, I don't remember exactly what year it came out, Sure, I sat around and did the dodge 200 fucking bolts of lightning without screwing up once to get the super weapon for one of the characters. Was it annoying as shit? Yeah. Did it take a long time? Yeah. Did I have anything else to do? No. It's like I can't say that anymore. It's like I don't want to put that level of dedication into a game anymore. I just want to log in and kill shit and have fun. It's like 2001. So hell, I was in my 20s at that point. Yeah. Alright. Clear on the creatures again. Well, I'm surprised that the servers are still as stable as they have been, so maybe they're slowly getting this worked out. Not terrible. If it had some resist on it, that'd be phenomenal. This is probably going to be crap.
Time is not on our side.
Final Fantasy VIII, I did not like at all. That was the one where they introduced gun blades, right?
Go on.
I did not like gun blades at all. Thought it was a terrible
Time
system.
is of the essence.
Yes.
That still to this day remains to be the only Final Fantasy that I haven't completed, with the exception of the brand new Final Fantasy game that just came out. What was it, like 16 or something? It's like I had no interest in even starting that game.
Hello there. Good luck.
Are you talking about Final Fantasy 16 being really stupid? Actually kind of funny, when I was playing casters before, I couldn't hardly get these Arcanist etchers, and now I have tons of them. But now I can't keep the blacksmith whetstones for anything, and they don't do as much as they used to. Previously, blacksmith whetstones were 2% quality every time you use one, so it only took 10 to cap out a weapon. I just used 7 and got to 9%, so only 2 of them actually gave me 2%. While all of the rest of them only gave 1. So they put like some variance in there, which is kind of annoying. I don't like that. Wait. Why? Oh, that goes over there. Okay. What is that? How stupid. Gunblades? Yeah, no, I didn't care for them at all. I also didn't really find any of the characters really that compelling. So just I tried to play it and I just couldn't make myself finish it.
The hunt is on. A worthy foe.
Not very American of him because he doesn't like gun bleeds. It's great.
Lightning strikes twice. Proof of my prowess. Need mana.
The handle doesn't give you proper leverage for a slashing weapon. That's a good defense there. My mana's gone. A clean kill. Yeah, I forgot about
That's the real
switching
deal.
out this this skill when I was back in town. I don't know. I still just don't know what to think about this.
Straight through the art.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that's one of the reasons why people do some of this crazy, stupid shit that they do these days is because there really are just no repercussions for anything anymore. Like, worst case scenario, you go to jail. And most people, you know, they get it built up in their head that they're going to be able to outrun the cops or, you know, get away somehow or pull off this masterful plan, and so they just go out and do stupid shit. And then when they realize that they're screwed because they can't outrun the cops, then they end up killing themselves. But I don't know. People are dumb. I would like them to get rid of assault as a crime. I don't think it should be a crime to beat the shit out of somebody that gets up in your face and runs their mouth. Like, as long as you're not beating someone to death. Yeah, I think the world was a lot better off that when you ran your mouth, someone could just knock you the fuck out. I think we had a much better world then.
No rest for the wicked, eh? No plot. Buy yourself a big one.
What are you mooing about, Nil? Just because you play a cow in WoW doesn't mean you're supposed to be one in real life. You should always play things in video games that you aren't in real life. That's why I never play a cow.
My mana's gone.
You realize, Fluid, that Matisse is going to come to your house and assassinate you, and he can get away with that because he's not American, right? Somebody died in a rodeo? I mean, not that I find that surprising, but... Yeah, I mean, I don't look at people being too bright that want to get on the back of a bull and ride it around. I don't know. But to be fair, I view people who have to be at the top of the damage meters in WoW to be exactly the same type of personality. They just don't have any balls, so they won't do it with anything in real life. They can only do it on a video game. But they're about equally as stupid. way you should have explained that, Joe, was a guy tried to ride a bull, but the bull rode him.
Speak. Indeed.
That sums it up. Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, at the same time, when you're looking at the longevity of things, it's like, is that really the kind of person we want in the gene pool? Saying. Like, if you're gonna get out there and try to ride a bull, you should know the possible outcomes.
I hear the skittering of Arakaali's children. The hunt is on! Straight through the air! A worthy foe.
That spider actually took a long time to blow up. It was weird. So I want to know, Fluid, do you go to your college classes dressed up in a cat suit when you have to go take final exams? Are you gonna dress up in a cat suit and go? I think you should. Haven't decided yet. You 100% should, and we need video of it. I mean, to be fair, it'll probably show up on like CNN anyways, but you should take your own video. Yeah, point of view from the cat, yeah. Agreed. I think you should become a streamer and just stream in a cat suit.
A worthy foe.
And to be fair, you can still play as a druid because you're not a druid, you're a cat. And a cat is just one of the things that a druid can be. So just be some other kind of druid. Be like a chicken. Name yourself Majekin.
Take this. Need mana.
You do, but on a different
Lightning
website.
strikes twice.
Yeah, I don't think that was a joke, though. Is that the true OnlyFans? Those WoW streamers were an abomination on your name.
Hail.
You guys should have sued them for defamation. Like, we're not a bunch of WoW players. Let's get into furry porn.
Straight through the air. I've no mana. Proof of my prowess.
These is two back-to-back creatures that blow up corpses.
Lightning strikes twice.
Yeah, this build has its moments, but not a big fan of this spectral spear thing.
Take this. Proof of my prowess.
The new snake spit for poison isn't too bad. Looks like they really kind of reduced how it works. More like a flame breath weapon in some cases.
Heart of the storm.
that was the big baddie. Now a dude will come out and purify that corpse. So I think, oh no wait, there is one more boss up there.
Pack's full.
Let's see. Or is there not? Mistaken? That was weird. So yeah, there actually is no other boss, but
You're mine.
the guy did not come out and purify this time. Do I need to do like a higher tiered one or something? Oh shit, it was tier 2+. That sucks. Didn't even notice that. Well, that was a waste.
Straight through the art.
They've also changed the way that corruption works. In the previous version, corruption was like a +1 to creature level, and that's all it did. And I don't really, so I don't even know if getting to tier like 18 maps is a possibility anymore. Because you used to have 2 different types of map affixes plus a tier 16 map to get it to be equivalent of a tier 18. But now that corruption no longer gives +1 to creature level, or if it does, it doesn't say it does anymore. I don't really know what the cap is on maps anymore.
Hey, we've got, I wish I, with the power. Oh, you haven't.
There's a fine line between confidence and being full of yourself. I'm usually one for protecting nature, not blowing it to bits.
Ready when you are.
Light him up!
For this shit, I'm never ready. This being a lower tier map, there's really not that much here. That's being a weirdo back there. I've never actually played a poison build before, so it's really weird seeing their health bar turn green at the top of the screen. Technically this isn't a poison build either, I just happen to have a random item that has like a 5% chance to poison on hit.
But it does the trick. I'm betting double as is.
To be fair, I don't really need any more tier 1 maps. Guess I could always combine them.
All the
Tier
metal
2s, but
retrace log will bring them to me.
I don't have any room for that either.
Come on, then. What are you hiding? Lightning strikes twice! Submit!
So Nell, you said that he's actually excited about playing. What makes you think he's so excited?
A home away from home.
Go on.
If it only had more resists, that would be nice.
Indeed.
Greetings. On with the work.
I really need to take some time and redesign this room. Very inefficient for actually trying to do anything. That one, oh, 10 strength. It's not too bad. I don't know if anybody's really using any of these random stats, though, to be honest. I mean, maybe I guess if you're doing the bleed build where strength was like directly related to damage, but outside of that, I don't know. Oh, increased rarity is nice. That'll merit a 37 to life. Ugh. That just went crap. No resists on a ring, that's really rough. Yeah, like I may just end up selling that one. Like, in order for this to function well, I really need that 8% to all elemental resists. I need that twice on the same ring. Like, that increased rarity is really nice, but not going to be viable for resists. For this build, anyways. What am I setting at now? Yeah, my resists are super low. Lightning's capped, which is good, but Fire, Cold, and Chaos are all not great for where I'm at in the game now. Mapping is rough at this point. If it wasn't for the fact that this is primarily a ranged class, I'd be getting squashed constantly.
That's cleared him out.
buckled shoe, you say? They need to make the radius of the explosions for these events bigger, or they need to give you more explosives. Enemies we have left? Still over 50. So there's some more.
Straight through the app.
We're over 50, and apparently they're all right here.
Big gun.
The 18 now. Oh, cool. Actually have a little extra content thing on here. It tells you if you're done with all of this now. It's cool. I like that.
Mimana's gone.
Yeah, so if I have to do tier 2 for my next corruption clear, then I need to start stocking up on some tier 2 maps. I only have one at the moment.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
Nothing good in that run at all. I've yet to get any divs
What
to
can I
drop
do for you?
so far either. Though oddly, I did get a really nice item. I was kind of surprised as well. I got a perfect jeweler's orb in a tier 1 map. I haven't done a single tier 2 map yet, so I got that in a tier 1 map, and it's worth like 200 exalts, which is probably like 2 div or so right now. I'm not exactly sure what the exchange rate is on a div at the moment.
How can I help?
Wanna check that and see. Oh, okay. So one, oh no, wait, that says 8. 1. Oh yeah, so actually 200 exalts would be worth almost 3 div. Yeah. That's once I saw that video in the last phase that they had for it, I changed my map tab to Elon's maps, and then they actually came out with the official map tab, and I switched to that, and I've just never gotten around to renaming this one. But it's just it's a small tab, so I'm like, yeah, until I use up all the others, I don't think I'm going to change the name.
Hey. Bye.
well, I didn't get the extra points that I wanted out of that corrupted area. Unfortunately, I didn't notice until too late that it needed to be tier 2. Let's go see if I can
Hello.
blow some currency here. On some gambling. Nope. And no. I don't know, that 2 to 42 lightning isn't too bad, but that's a capped out. Yeah, it's a 6. Just 5% of physical damage as mana would be awesome. I'm constantly having mana issues with this build right now. Wait. This weapon only does lightning damage, but it has 48% increased physical damage on it. Like, just a completely worthless roll. That one's not a bad roll if it wasn't for that +1 to level of all melee skills. Melee with this build. 63% increased elemental damage with attacks. I wonder if this one would work because of where all of my skills convert the damage to lightning damage. If this would then add 63% onto that damage. If it would, that would be really good, especially if I could get more physical damage on that. It could be really strong.
Good luck.
I'm not totally sure how that works, though, to be fair. That one just blows my mind, though. 48% increased physical damage on a weapon that has no physical damage. And also 100% worthless for this build because I would get no bonus damage out of that at all. I'm really interested in how that works. Guess we can just kind of yellow slam it and see what happens. This is not looking good already. Accuracy, yeah, that's not bad. So bad. Yeah. Ended up getting screwed on the rolls there. The accuracy is not bad because I do, so there's 118 accuracy, and I do 25% of accuracy on a weapon is converted into damage. So, I mean, that's roughly 30 plus 30 to damage on the weapon, which isn't terrible. And then the 14 to 18 physical damage is a nice tight range. This really needed like a high physical damage percentage roll on it, and this would have been phenomenal. So if I could have gotten that instead of the 51 life per enemy kill, that would have been pretty huge. The light radius isn't great, but that one's actually combined with accuracy, so getting accuracy was actually worth it. So I got a standard accuracy roll and then an additional for that the radiance suffix there. I'm still curious how the damage on that's gonna do. Let's go blow up these couple of other yellows here that are worthless. That's a lot of fire damage on that. It's not too bad. Yeah, if that one wasn't capped out, I could probably roll something better on that, but Chaos Orbing it would just be suicide.
Time is not on our side.
One might be worth selling. I don't know. Probably not. Such a low roll on the plus to levels. Yeah, 2 regals. Blow that shit.
Yes. Until next time.
I really want to see what this is going to do. Just don't know if I want to put a 110 accuracy in there or not. Why not? I got an extra one. All good. For science. Should get another map. It's not going to do a lot of good. Probably should have at least enchanted that up to blue. Even thinking about it. The server has been pretty stable though, so hopefully they fixed whatever the problem was they were having.
Straight through the air. Better off dead.
Alright. So what's this saying damage wise now? Lightning Spears 3487. $26.16. If it counts multiple hits though. Yeah, no.
Need mana.
Ended up not being good after all, unfortunately. Yeah, I was hoping by converting all of the damage to lightning damage that 63% increased elemental damage with attacks would amplify it even more, but it's just not happening. Unfortunate. Yeah, instantaneously gained 1,000 DPS by just switching the weapon back. So it definitely didn't feel like it was working either, even if those numbers are slightly skewed. It definitely feels like stuff's dying faster this way.
That was almost a challenge. Heart of the storm.
Corpse not gonna blow up. The other thing I don't like about those spiders is sometimes the corpses just randomly decide to not explode. It's like, okay.
Need mana.
Cheating. Didn't hit anything. Surprising. Go and see if EJ is still streaming or not. EJ is still streaming or not. Oh, looks like he called it a night. Wanted to ask him because he just recently made the change, saying that this was a good way to go. So I was just kind of curious how he was feeling about it now. He's gotten the time to play with it some. For me, it just does not feel great though. To Valheim?
A clean kill.
I didn't know Alan even played video games. Video games.
Straight through the app.
Alan is? Well, okay.
Need mana.
I don't know, sometimes I feel like Robert's less of a nerd. He's yet to actually play a game with us, even though he was supposed to. Most of the nerds I know will play video games if they're laying in a bed with 75% of their body in a cast. They're still playing video games. You told him that? Kind of weird. It's like some sort of gold material on the ground, but the graphic that they have for it is so large that it doesn't really work on these maps. It's like going over the edge here. Hopefully they fix that up before the game goes live, because that looks like ass.
Lightning strikes twice! Proof of my prowess! Bring it on!
Oh shit. I didn't realize this was an arena. Might be screwed here. They haven't fixed the arena bug. Plate and a tier 3 map. That's good. And I can leave the arena. Holy shit. That does not confirm that they fixed it. That just confirms that this particular arena is not broken.
Straight through the art.
If you are ever playing and get in a broken arena, so long as you do not accidentally open a portal in the arena, you can just quit out of the game, and when you come back in, it will have stuck you back into your hideout.
Clean kill.
And then you can just go through the portal, and it'll put you back wherever your portal happens to be in the map, because it saves the map. It doesn't delete it when you go offline like Path of Exile 1 does. So that is a temporary fix for that, if they haven't made a permanent fix across all arenas for that.
Your mana's gone.
Still got 50 monsters left, but hopefully they're not too far away here.
Come on. Straight through the art.
Got another tier 2 out of this as well, that's good. Alright, 0 creatures remaining. Alright, with that being said, I'm going to take like a 2 or 3 minute break, stand up for a second, grab a drink, all that kind of good stuff. I will be right back. Going to run some ads on Twitch to get rid of pre-rolls for a little bit, and I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Alright, sorry about that. Battery in my headset died on me. Alright, I have.
Yes.
Interesting. Worthless. Interesting, but worthless. Ooh. Yeah, that could be good. Elemental threshold isn't really that impressive. Go ahead and regal it anyways. Alright, it's basically bricked at this point. Not a whole lot of point of putting extra effort into making that good when I just wait for another one to drop. And I don't exactly have a slot for one at the moment, so. Why did I even pick? Misclicked apparently.
Time is not on our side.
Salvage a bench for that.
Yes.
Yeah, before the next stream, I'm going to reorganize this room. This is just the default setting where it stuck everything. So I'm going to reorganize this room and can't make it a little better. I'll do that off stream though. It's kind of boring. I want to go over and check out these rare maps. I've got 2 of them right here. Head over that way and see what those look like. It's a little 10% damage increase there. There's an extra of base, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Straight through the art.
Like one of those things that's sorry, kind of misleading about
Bring it
a
on.
lot of those passive skills and stuff is you start to not remember how many points of, or how many percentage points you have upgrading a skill. And it's like when you first get one, 10% increase is pretty nice. But when you're already increasing the base damage by like 400%, an additional 10% is kind of like, well, it's more damage, but yeah, that spider didn't explode for some reason. I don't know what's up with these. They're just like randomly exploding constantly earlier, and then now all of a sudden like half of them don't explode anymore. Maybe I just kept finding a bunch of random creatures that have corpse explosion on them.
Straight through the art.
Kind of weird that I'm not seeing the bonus from being in that bubble.
That was almost a challenge. The hunt is on.
So Nell has Has Alan actually played Valheim before? No? Okay. Has he played a game like it before? Like any of the other survivals? Or is this his first foray into a survival game? He said basically. Nice. Let's say I know. I'm pretty sure you said Robert had played specifically Valheim before, so because he was supposed to. I think he was supposed to play that with us last time, wasn't he? Or was that Conan? I don't remember now. Been so long. Might have been Conan. Oh, PAL World. That's right. That's right. They did do another patch to PAL World fairly recently, but it wasn't enough new stuff to merit playing it again. There's just something about PAL World once you start getting up into the top end of it that I don't enjoy anymore. The concept of like it essentially, for the most part, being kind of like a Pokemon game mixed with the concept of your old style RPGs, and then they just like all the top end weapons are like rocket launchers and stuff. It just like I don't know. They kind of lose me on that one.
Lightning strikes twice.
Like the game's fun all the way until the point that rocket launchers start becoming your primary weapon type. And it's like, yeah, you can still just use the swords and stuff, but you're at a massive disadvantage if you do so.
That was almost a challenge.
Exalted and a Chaos. One kill. That's the kind of one.
Bounty.
That's the ones I like. Unless, of course, you know, I can get a div out of that as well.
You're mine. Need a moment.
Got here. Having to wait for those spectral spears to fire, just I cannot get over that. It's like it seems like the damage is better, especially when fighting bosses. It's very useful for bosses because you spend a lot of time, you know, kind of away from bosses anyways, or trying to use other attacks. Like you want to use your explosive plus the lightning, the shock spear plus your spear field. So casting those doesn't call it, like the timer can count down while you're casting those. So you're, you know, by the time you cast those 3 seconds have passed, and then you unlock, you know, you unleash that big volley straight into the boss. So it's a huge damage increase on bosses, but For clear speed, I just don't know. 60% less damage on manually casted ones is, it just feels really bad.
Straight through the art.
Oh, there was an exploding spider. Yeah, they just seem to like randomly explode. Doesn't have corpse explosion. That one doesn't either, so yeah.
That was almost a challenge.
They've added so many more runes. Like, that's another thing that's a little concerning as well, is all these extra runes that they've added. They essentially just take up spot in the loot table. So I don't feel like they're actually dropping in addition to what was already being dropped. They feel like they're just taking up spots where other loot could be. That might have been where some of the people were complaining about not enjoying the way loot works in 020. It may be because of that sort of thing. Like, I almost think they would do better if they just got rid of the lower end ones. They either got rid of the lower end ones and just had the graders, or if only the low end ones dropped, and if you wanted graders, then you had to combine them to make a grader.
Bring it on.
That way you wouldn't have quite so many things taking up the loot table. I mean, and I could be completely off. It's just kind of like the way it
Lightning
feels,
strike
honestly.
twice.
That takes forever to shoot. Yeah, I think if they shaved even 1 second off of that, because it's a 3-second time before from the last lightning spear cast before it will actually launch all the spectral ones that you have. If they drop that down to 2 seconds, it would feel so much better. It's just such a long pause of not being able to use your primary attack. I mean, maybe it's really good for other abilities. You know, maybe if I put that on like Explosive Spear, where I don't use Explosive Spear all the time, that might be a really good use for it.
Straight through the eye.
I don't know what that giant creature is there, but those were just added in 020. So, same with these tentacles that are all over the place. They're interesting creatures. Seven left. Almost done.
Take this. I've no mana.
We have a tiny amount of life leech on I think one of the talent points that I took actually afforded a tiny bit of life leech. Maybe it's on the weapon, maybe. Oh, it's 31 life per enemy killed. That's what it is. But yeah, it was on the weapon, not on a talent. Alright. See any more dead spots in the map, so no idea where these last few are hiding, but I don't feel like tracking them down.
Go on. Go. What can I do for you? Until next time.
Don't actually know many people that are playing this time around on Path of Exile 2 either, which is kind of disappointing. So what do we... Three of the people that I played the most with it last time, they basically aren't playing at all. I think one of them may have logged in since the update, but I don't think the other two have been on at all.
Hello there.
What's our way to... Oh, crap. I didn't even pay attention to the map. I can't even get there from over here. I will have to go all the way out the backside and around. I thought that was a connector over here. Oh, no, wait. I can get there from right here. Okay. Not as bad, but not great either. For some reason I thought there was a connection just like straight across there.
Lightning strikes twice! The thrill of the hunt!
Still around, Nell, or did you have to go on a run? You're here-ish. So if Alan is such a big gamer, what does he play? He a Call of Duty player? Oh, Marvel Rivals. Same thing. I haven't actually got around to playing Rivals yet. I'm not a big fan of that style of gameplay. But Marvel Rivals has definitely had me mildly interested.
No mana! You're mine! Need mana. My mana's gone!
Man, the mana problems with this build are horrendous. I either need a lot more damage so I don't have to shoot as much, or I need a lot more mana regen. I'm not constantly having mana problems. It's like, it's just annoying to have to pop a mana pot, and it's like I've got them and it never gets empty. So it's just the fact that that's just another thing that I have to keep up with for no reason.
Heart of the storm!
And this has got like, I think 15% mana regen from the talent tree. And then another 30% from, I have clarity running. This I think was another 30% mana regen, so it's like 45% extra mana regen. It's still not enough. And it's only going to get worse because every time you level this up, the cost gets more expensive. So.
Proof of me prowess!
keep looking behind me. One of our cats is deciding to be weird this evening and like digging into stuff. Got a really funny personality compared to most cats too. It's like our other cat, like he just like he gives no fucks. He's just like he just does whatever, and if you don't like it, well, tough shit. But this cat, all I gotta do is like look at him, and he'll immediately stop what he's doing, and he sits there like, oh my god, did I do something wrong? Am I not supposed to be doing this? And then he just quits. He won't do it anymore. You don't even have to say anything to him, you just gotta look at him. That's the kind of cat that Fluid needs to try to be.
The thrill of the hunt.
More of a lion. I don't know how accurate that is. This map is huge and it has tons of rares on it.
Stone's back. Proof of a prowess.
I am happy they finally decided to make the change to where you could just see all of the rares from the point that you go in the map instead of having to run around and find them or wait for them to appear. It's like if you're going to show them at all ever, just show them from the start. Also find it amusing how these devs are like constantly trying to find ways to slow their gameplay down for whatever reason. I guess they assume that if you want fast gameplay, you should just go play Path of Exile 1. But it's like there's something to be said about people just wanting a nicer looking, you know, better engine, but they still want the same basic gameplay. And I kind of wonder if some of these decisions that they've made, like showing all the rare mobs from the beginning, kind of speeds up gameplay. So I wonder if that's why they did things to slow you down again, like increasing the health of all the enemies and stuff like that. It's like, Also one of those things that I find kind of interesting about game developers who say they want everything to be you know, open, and you know, like they're like, oh, you know, we get on and we talk to people and we do these interviews and stuff all the time, telling people our thoughts and ideas, and it's like, are you really though? It's like, at the end of the day, you're still a business, and businesses are not deemed successful unless they're making a reasonable amount of money. Or, well, personally, I should say, I would call it an exorbitant amount of money, but businesses don't really see it that way. But it's like, are you really telling us everything? Because I think you would piss off a lot of people if you were actually saying, oh, well, we slow this down because we just want people to play more frequently so that our simultaneous user numbers look better and people staying for, you know, for full seasons, because they'll burn themselves out and do everything that there is to do in a 4-month season. They'll do it in 2 months and quit playing. But we don't actually want to design a whole new season every 2 months. We just want people to play the seasons longer, so we make the game shorter. I still really feel like that's what the actual case is, but I think they would piss off a shit ton of people if they came out and said that. So it's like, are you really telling us? Are you really being that open?
One by one, they fall.
Well, so far it seems like this was one of the problems that I was having with maps the first time around, is like until you got up to the tier 15 maps and had gotten into them for a while, it was really hard to keep tier 15 maps coming.
I've no mana.
And not just tier 15 maps, but getting higher tier maps in general was very difficult to do. So like even when you got tier 2 maps and you would go and do those maps, you were still getting a bunch of tier 1s to drop. I've only done a couple so far, but I have yet to see a tier 1 map drop in a tier 2 map. I think that is accurate. Yeah, both of the ones I got in this one are still tier 2 maps, so. And fortunately, like I said, it looks like they may have fixed their server problems, or at least have put a dent in what was causing the problems, because I haven't had a single lag issue tonight. And just within minutes of playing, even last night, that latency issue from their servers was popping up. So seems like they've gotten it worked out now, hopefully, or at least a significant improvement over what it was. Yep, another tier 2 map. But yeah, that was one of the bad things about trying to progress through the map tier system, was because it was really hard to get maps of the next tier to continue moving forward. And then when you were in a map tier, you were constantly getting maps. The maps that were dropping of a lower tier. So like my argument on that one has been, you know, it's like if you're in a tier 7 map, like they should drop in groups. So if you've got 15 maps, different types of maps that can drop, I think they should drop in groupings of like 5. So once you get to a tier 6 map, nothing less than 6 should drop anymore. So it's like 6 is the new floor, and just because you're on a tier 9 map doesn't mean that only 9s should drop, but you should be able to get like 6 through 10s basically when you're doing maps in those ranges. And then bosses and stuff like that, you know, can drop a higher tier so you can continue progressing on. But being in like a tier 15 map and getting 1s to drop, it's like, what is this? It's like, why are you even wasting this? It's like, it's not even worth looking at.
I speak.
Not even anything worth disenchanting there.
On with the work.
I also kind of wish, instead of having this salvage bench table, I wish they would have just made all this stuff as part of a vendor. Like, why do we need 10 different vendors for things? Like, why can't they just give us, you know, like 1 or 2 benches that do things? It's like we have a stash and maybe 1 vendor that can buy, sell, and disenchant, and then maybe 1 workstation, and then you just put all 3 of those things side by side. And you know, like this salvage bench here, it's like, why is there a salvage bench, a reforging bench, and a recombinator? Well, like, why don't they just have a tab that you can click on that goes, oh, I want to recombine things instead of salvage? Like, I just don't understand the need to have all these different freaking benches that you have to run around to. It's just another one of the, just another one of those things that kind of points out my argument of, I feel like a lot of the reasons that we're being slowed down in progression doesn't necessarily have anything to do with them not wanting to create the content, because it would only take a few moments to just make that a simple change. So it's like they're artificially increasing the amount of time it takes for us to do stuff for a reason. All right, 3 more maps. That'll get me where I'm going. I do a tier 3 one here. I got one of those to drop, so see how that does. Not really having any problems with 2s, so we'll see if a 3 will make it a nickel or not. Have you logged back in and leveled on Anniversary anymore, Fluid? Or are you are you still recovering from your what was it, Blackrock Spire run or whatever the hell it was?
You don't stand a chance.
I was kind of hoping I would start seeing level 16 gems dropping out of here, but happened. I guess technically I could still get one, just because one dropped as a 15. Actually, not even a 14 now that I think about it. Yeah, it was.
Need mana.
I think a game like this would be a lot more fun if it had like specific progression in it. Like, I don't like the concept of having a mana pot. I think it would be better if you just had various upgrades and stuff that you could do that were kind of fixed upgrades, where you could fix problems that you didn't like. It's like, oh, I don't like that I'm constantly running out of mana, so instead of improving the damage that I can do next, I want to improve the amount of regen that I can do. But it shouldn't be an either or. Like, I don't like those kind of decisions. Like, I don't want it to be, it's like, well, you can get more mana regen, but you only get 10 upgrade slots, so if you make one of them mana regen, then you don't get to make one of them damage. Like, I think it should just be more of a time investment thing and not necessarily just these random arbitrary choices. Because it's like, you can balance a game like this for, you know, set progression. You know, if you say every item in the game or every weapon in the game gets 10 upgrade slots, you know, it gets 5 damage slots, 2 mana slots, you know, 2 defense slots, and I don't know, a health slot. And it's like you can get all those upgrades. It's just a question of which one you want to get first. It's like you can balance the game around that. It would actually be pretty simple to balance, actually, as opposed to this random system that they use. And you could still have various weapons and items that drop that had different amounts of, like, you wouldn't have to have exactly those particular upgrades on every single item. It could just be different. And you could have some that have more, some that have less for progression. I really don't like the concept of random drops in games, because it kind of limits the fact that a lot of your progression is not based on skill, but based on luck. Or the concept of, well, an extremely skilled player can progress as well with crappy gear as well as an unskilled player with good gear. But it's like, if I'm a really good player, I also want really good gear, and I want to just blow the competition out of the water. It's like, I don't want to feel like I'm being held back just because, you know, gear isn't dropping the way it should be.
A clean kill.
Kind of the same argument that I have with WoW and stuff like that with people that want to do, that want to parse. It's like, regardless of how much of a difference there is between a piece of gear, you know, or someone having a full set of gear versus someone that doesn't have a full set of gear, even if it's only a 10% difference in your overall damage, that's still, you have the ability to be 10% higher than the other person. So it's like if both of you end up being at the same skill level, but one of you looks better on paper than the other because one of you got lucky with drops and the other one didn't. So it's like, parsing isn't even a real, like a valid reason to, you know, to compare two people, because it's not an accurate comparison of the people. Like, it's only an accurate comparison if you find two people with basically the exact same gear, and then you can a little more definitively say, oh, this person is better than the other person.
This'll do nicely. That was almost a challenge. Return to nothing. Need mana.
I think overall, like the basic concept behind mapping now is a little bit more entertaining. It looks like the concept of having these corrupted areas, and they have special types of loot that you can get out of them. Unfortunately, most of that loot's going to be at higher tier maps, but the fact that there is a different type of loot that comes out of there now compared to what it was doing before, I think that's going to be a really neat concept. Plus, finding the cores of the corrupted areas and cleansing them so that you now have cleansed areas that also give a different type of loot. So now you have to kind of choose, and that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, I like choices like that. It's like, oh, there's things that come from this one type and things come from this other type of place, and it popped up on the map, so I can either choose to cleanse this right away, and then all of the extra corrupted areas that now became cleansed, I can do all the cleansed versions and get this one particular type of loot. Or I can just leave the core so that they all stay corrupted and go do all the corrupted nodes as corrupted, and then go and cleanse the core. And, you know, so you get two different types of loot, but they claim that this map is infinite. So it doesn't really matter whether or not I make this choice now or later. I'm not going to run out of corrupted zones to be able to determine whether or not I want to do them as cleansed or whether or not I want to do them as corrupted. So it's like there is a decision, but it's not truly finite. What's that, Nil? Since you play the game so much, you should really start trying to focus on making your own houses instead of looking them up all the time.
I've no mana.
You made really cool stuff in Minecraft when you were doing those specifically. You know, once you got out of doing builds that other people were doing and just coming up with your own, I think a lot of the stuff you made was really cool.
That was almost a challenge.
Sometimes I wonder if you just don't feel self-conscious about some of the buildings you make. I think the stuff that you do in Minecraft looks really good, the ones that you do on your own. I mean, and the other people that make really good buildings, the way they got good at that was by making buildings.
Lightning strikes twice.
People tell you what's lopsided. Your house? It's weird.
The hunt is on. My mana's gone. That was almost a challenge.
Yeah, at least I got another tier 3 map out of this. No, that's interesting. So I don't know if it's just happening because they're lower tier maps or not, but I have only gotten tier 3 maps out of tier 3 maps so far. Yeah, if they make it to where whatever drops is the same tier or higher always, that would be really cool. 'Cause I hate just having to go in and combine a crap load of maps to turn them into higher tier maps. It's another one of those things where it's just kind of like a waste of time. It's like I used to do it until I got to the point to where I just had shit tons of tier 15 maps, but it took a while before it actually got to the point to where it was giving those to me a lot, primarily based off of Atlas passives. Try to recreate the dwarven houses from WoW. Partially building underground. That could be interesting. Six monsters left. I think we're good.
A place to put my feet up.
Yes?
Got a tiny little lag spike there, but it wasn't too terribly bad. You can see the spikes. Nowhere near as bad as they were the other day.
Hello?
That could be anything though. That could even be on my end. No movement speed. Oh, those would be cool if they had movement speed. They really need to make movement speed a shit, I forgot what it was called. An implicit modifier. Like, I know they make the argument of like, oh, well, we don't necessarily want to do that, but it's like, for the most part, no one's wearing boots that don't have movement speed on them. So it's like you're basically just adding gear for people to just DE. I don't really understand the point behind that.
Yes. I'll be here.
I believe Valheim has a creative mode. I think that's a thing. Yep, I used 5 more, and instead of getting 10%, I got 8%. That's annoying. I don't like that the randomness on the whetstones. It's lame. I liked it better when it was a set number. It's like, oh, we want people to create gear more, but then it's like you replace your weapons so much that it's not reasonable to sharpen all of them to max quality. It's like, sometimes I just don't think developers understand gamers at all. Yeah, you could do single player and turn on the admin console, I think is how you get to basically the creative mode. I think it just gives you infinite crafting. You can just kind of craft whatever you want. Let's see. Oh wait, did I not finish that place yet? Or does that bug still exist? Oh, there is still a bug. Damn it. So yeah, map complete. But when you look at the atlas, it says map completed, but I can't go. This node is definitely going to here, but I can't go up there for some reason. And actually it's definitely completed because it'll let me go to that one. So it's like, why won't it let me go to this one? What the hell? So they had a bug before where this map wouldn't mark as completed for some reason, so it wouldn't let you go to anything around them even though you'd finished it. And you'd have to go do another map somewhere else, and then it would mark this one as completed, the one that you had done previously. So it looks like potentially that problem doesn't exist anymore, but now there's just like random links where like these maps are not connected. Like I don't know what's up with this. Like it is very clearly a line that goes to right there. This is very clearly completed. I can go to this node. This is the only completed node connected to this node, but I can't go to that node. So yeah, bugged pathway. I wonder if there is isn't there like a bug report for in here? There we go. Do my part as a beta tester, right? Always what I wanted to do was pay money to fill out forms. Early access bug report. Bug report ID. I wonder if that is actually showing them what's on the screen currently. I don't know. Can I take a... I don't know if I can post a picture in this or not. Nope. Will not paste a picture. Alright, got that turned in. I don't know how beneficial it'll be because I can only give them text, and the bug report, I don't know if it will reference this particular part of the map for them or how that's working, because it just gives an ID, and when you control paste it into the form, it just basically types out a little ID. So I don't know what that ID references. I don't know if it'll be like, oh, this is exactly what they were looking at the moment that they did /bug or what. So, but looks like I'm gonna have to take an extra step around. I'm kind of wondering if this node will just end up being broken. Like, it looks like this one and this one may connect to a spot up here. I wonder if I finish this one, if I still won't be able to get to that node. Guess we'll find out.
Another day, another jungle.
Now, this is a new... I don't think I've seen this map before.
Straight through the app.
At least not some of these assets. I still think they have way too much clutter that's hard to differentiate from the background that causes you to not be able to walk in certain places. That was something they were supposed to have kind of cleaned up a little bit. It's like the one map that's like it's a outdoor map and it just has like roots and stuff all over the place. I despise that map with a passion. Like it has so many tight little spots that you can get cornered in that you weren't aware that it was a corner. Like it's not reasonably noticeable when you're trying to get away from stuff or trying to move quickly. It's like when after I got myself out of the prickly position I had gotten myself into and then went and looked at the spot, I was like, oh yeah, I can kind of see how this is not connected now. But
A clean kill.
when you're trying to look at it and fight 50 creatures at the same time, it was not very apparent at all. Just kind of that's happened in the past too. Like it happened during this patch version and it happened during the first phase of testing as well. And it's just like, it just kind of makes me wonder sometimes if these guys even play their own game, like as they're developing these. Like, are the people that are designing maps actually playing the maps? Because I have questions for them if they are.
The thrill of the hunt. Lightning strikes twice. Wait. Plants what spew poison? Just look.
Actually, looking really forward to completing this and seeing how many more I have to go through to see if I can connect up to that other map or not. Have to update my my bug report if it just ends up being the one node that doesn't want to connect properly.
Heart of the storm.
I don't even know what was shooting at me back there.
Bring
Everything
it
was
on.
dead. And when that combo works well, it does a lot of damage.
Shake up the dust and let's fight.
Jesus.
Straight through the heart.
Man, that dude fucking hurts.
No mana. And that's that.
Another tier 3 map with no tier 2s. I can probably get on board with this pretty well if that's the way this is gonna work.
Come on.
What's so annoying about it? Oh, interesting. Oh, Fluid says there might be a mod for it. There's over 50 creatures left here, and there's like very little unexplored area.
Lightning strikes twice. Death take you.
Alright, down to one. That's enough. If that emerald will be any good.
A sight for sore eyes.
7% damage with spears, only 2% attack speed with spears, which sucks, but not terrible. 14% increased critical damage bonus with spears. 6% increased projectile damage. Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, whoops. That's not the right place. How does that compare with other ones that I have? I have 3 now. So now that one's not bad. I need to go ahead and add a 4th modifier to that one. That one's also not bad. Yeah. Poison on hit and the pin buildup is kind of worthless for me, but those other 2 stats are really good. This one's probably potentially the least beneficial, so I will switch that out long enough to put a 4th ability on it, see what happens. Huh. 13% increased critical damage with bonus with spears. Now it's good. Okay. Like the 23% increased damage on Herald skill is nice, but this one gives that 13% constant damage increase, and it gives the same critical damage bonus. Yeah, so this one just does 12% extra against rares, but this one does 13% against everything. And actually it's 1% higher on critical bonus. And then I only get 2% attack speed, where this one gives 3. Yeah, I don't know how much that... What's the damage that Herald is actually dealing? 1400? Yeah, it's probably not worth it. Probably better to use the new one that I just got. Try that one, see how it works. For now. Like, I like that I keep getting another tier 3 map every time. I'm a little concerned that I haven't gotten more tier 3 maps. Like, it's only giving me 1 every time. Might get a level up in this one. Fluid doesn't play games that require skill. He just plays Diablo 2.
Take this. Lightning strikes twice. The mana's gone.
Maybe you could tell him that that you figured out a way to play Diablo 2 from inside of Valheim, and that he needs to log in to check it out. Be like, after you beat the final boss, it unlocks Diablo 2 inside of Valheim. Make it happen in Minecraft, yeah. yeah. It's a mod. They replace all the bosses with Diablo bosses.
Lightning strikes twice. Bring it on.
This place actually looks kind of cool with all the fire patches all over the place.
No mana.
Somewhere that I didn't see. Enemies are just kind of like coming out of everywhere. Kind of wish the fire would hurt the enemies as well. A little unrealistic.
A clean kill. Straight through the art. Foul scum. No mana.
I'm really going to be interested to see what the the max level is on maps now, since corruption doesn't actually seem to raise the level of the map any. I wonder if tier 17s and 18s are going to be a thing, because I haven't seen any of the I forget what the other ability was called that increased map level.
Gone.
Alright, this dude's annoying. He just teleports all over the fucking place. You can't even find him half the time.
A clean kill. I'll take that. Need mana.
There's a tier 3 stone before I got to the last boss, for the last rare.
Lightning strikes twice.
Hey, finally another 15 gem. Actually, one of 16s. Stormlance. Man, this place is so open now compared to what the older version was. Like, I think this is the one people really hated previously. It's like now it's just like big open rooms and shit's everywhere. I actually kind of like this. Oh, another waste in. That's good.
My mana's gone. Lightning strikes twice. That were almost a challenge.
It's so crazy how difficult they made the campaign this time around compared to last time. Like, I died to trash mobs in the campaign so much it wasn't funny. Almost never died to bosses, but trash mobs, and then now I'm mapping and I basically don't really die. Like, the only thing that I've died to so far has been like 2 different one-shot mechanics that I still don't even really understand what happened. Well, one of them I know what happened. A random spider corpse exploded, but...
Need mana. Part of the storm. Come on.
Another map? I mean, the drop. It's up here. Yeah, another tier 3 map. Ask and you shall receive. Literally just bitched about not more than 1 tier 3 map dropping in a map, and this one I've gotten, what, 4? 3 or 4 of them. Actually, I should change that to bitch and you shall receive. How it goes. Now I have entered the Panderverse. That's because you're not a streamer,
Straight
though.
through the art.
I'm bitching to the whole world. You were just bitching to 24 other people, and none of them cared. Streamer privilege. Grinding Gears uses AI to watch all streamers in the world simultaneously, and anytime one of them bitches about
Need
something,
mana.
they're like, we need to fix this for just this one guy, so everybody will think the game is amazing. Because they'll all watch this, and then they'll be like, oh my god, look at all the loot this guy's getting. Everything that he bitches about, he just gets it. Hello? Yeah, I'll fucking freeze. Literally have a charm on. The whole purpose of it is to keep me from getting frozen, and then I got frozen.
I've no mana. mana's gone.
Although I've been bitching about the mana consumption all night, and that's not been fixed yet, so.
Need mana.
Like, I just don't deal enough fucking damage.
Bring it on.
I think the next map I'm gonna disable that stupid spear thing and see how it feels.
That was almost a challenge.
Bitchin' you shall receive, yeah. I'm a little bit more sadistic with my god complex, though. Bitchin' you shall receive, but I'm not gonna say what it is you receive until I decide to give it to you.
Straight through the app.
Oh, 11 creatures left. This is a very big open area now. They really changed this map, so that was definitely for the better. Look at how fucking open this is. This is nuts. Warfarin would love it because he hated this fucking map previously. I didn't actually mind it that bad. Like after you got used to it was almost always the same pattern. So once you got used to it, it wasn't really that bad to navigate, but there is definitely no navigation issues with it now. It's just a giant open fucking room, pretty much. Crazy. Was fine with the old one, but this is definitely an improvement. Okay. Got another talent point. More accuracy. Because, you know, why not? A lot of people are stacking accuracy. I don't know enough about accuracy in the game because I normally am playing classes that don't seem to focus on accuracy as much because it just fills the screen with tons of abilities that it's like, well, the first 12 might miss you, but the next 73 won't. So I don't know that much about how accuracy is working in this game, but a lot of people are really stacking accuracy. The only problem that I'm seeing with that is in the passive tree, the wording on this notable is that attacks using your weapons have added physical damage equal to 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon. So it's like, does it really matter how much you're increasing accuracy by percentage-wise if it's not actually adding it to the weapon itself? It's like if it's a global accuracy rating, then none of that extra accuracy is affecting this at all. Unless the argument is it goes to each individual thing and increases the accuracy on that thing by that percentage. But I think it's just more of a global additive that's later on. So just depends on how closely they are representing the wording for it. At accuracy, I'm at almost 2600, which that would be a pretty significant amount of damage added. But yeah, like I said, I don't think that has anything to do with how it actually works. It's really funny that they give you, this talks about, it's basically everything that's further than 12 meters away has a specific number. And it's like, why do they give percentages all the way up to 9 meters, but they don't give you one for the 12 plus meter? Oh, trying to stream it from your PC to the iPad won't let you do that? Uh-oh. The lag's back. Jesus, look at that. Their server's just shitting itself right now. And it's definitely not me because I have plenty of video and stuff running here, and the stream is still running perfectly fine. But yeah, that was nuts. It went absolutely crazy. Then it just quit. So, I mean, the fact that it happened one time and had a shitload of it and then stopped, I mean, that's way better than what it was yesterday.
Good luck.
Go on.
And that's the only time it's happened in a 4.5 hour stream. So it was happening like every 10 minutes previously. So this is up for a Vol Orb. What is that going for right now? Currency exchange. I want a Vol Orb and I have Exalted Orbs. That's 4-1. Actually, yeah. So 1 Exalted Orb is 4 Vol Orbs. So yeah, probably not. What's a chance? Why am I not seeing that orb of chance? There we go. 1 orb of chance is worth 12 Vol Orbs. And you get a 1/10 of one on an average, so it's 1.2 Vol Orbs for a 1/10 of a chance orb.
Hello.
And this will give me 1, so that's, I can sell it for 1 Vol Orb or get this chance shard, which is worth 1.2 Vol Orbs. So we'll go with that.
Until next time.
You remember when you were in school and you'd always have that dumbass kid that would be like, when am I ever going to use algebra in real life? It's like, well, you may not use it, but I will definitely use it to exploit you.
Speak.
No movement speed again. Sucks. Not good.
Go.
Up with 4 tier 3 maps out of that. Not too bad. Blow up those 2. Cast speed is not useful for me at all. And physical damage is not useful for casters, so that's a wasted ring.
Greetings. Time is not on our side.
Oh, it radiated. Okay, so get to do it now. Okay, so irradiated is still +1 to monster level. No. Tired of these things. Oh, that's one. Ah, yeah, that's right. One negative is this window will allow things to stack to higher than one stack, whereas the other ones do not. That's annoying. Look, the lag's back. So I can't even fucking place an item down. Speed hacks. Where do we have to go here? Starting to think it's just like a certain time of day where it starts becoming a big issue. Monsters are evasive, which means they're going to dodge more frequently. What's the matter, Nell? You can't just be like, hey Siri, press F5?
Foul scum! Straight through the art.
It's like picking up all the spears at this point. You're having a slow night?
My mana's gone.
I'm not really having a slow night. Not a lot of talkers tonight, but the stream has actually been fairly busy.
You're mine.
I think the big problem with it is, like your average lurker, they don't talk because they're lurkers, and the majority of the people that I know that are watching the stream are more into WoW. So when I'm doing non-WoW things, not as many people talking. Doesn't mean there's not many people watching. YouTube's been busy again this evening compared to normal.
Straight through the art. My mana's gone.
Yeah.
Need mana.
Tell Alan he needs to play some Path of Exile 2.
No mana.
Because he's Asian. Sure it is. I mean, Summer loves it, and he's Asian. I mean, that's good enough, right?
More nameless nonsense. Let's see who's daft enough to stand in my way. Straight through the art. Proof of my prowess.
Ooh, another emerald.
Never learn, do ya?
Sailing here. A regal orb. A tier 3 map.
The thrill of the hunt.
Yeah, the combination of enemies that can randomly stun you with explosive orbs flying all over the place is a really shitty system. Not a fan. Ah, staff. So I got a big boss guy up there, and then I have 3 more rares. And a bunch more regular creatures.
through the art. My mana's gone. That was almost a challenge.
The other ones want to come play. Oh well.
Lightning strikes twice.
Lightning cold resist? Unfortunate. Actually not bad on the health though. Sell? Concerned about the decks, but yep, have a good night, Fluid.
Straight through the art. Need mana. The hunt is on. Need mana.
God damn, would you just fucking kill the things?
Need mana.
Every fifth attack, I'm out of fucking mana. So ridiculous.
A worthy foe. Straight through the art.
Roll, god damn it.
No mana.
Oh, this mana thing is so annoying.
The thrill of the hunt. almost a challenge. The fruits of my labour. I've no mana.
Man, I lasted a little better that time. Not much though. Alright, let's go take out this boss. Hopefully. I don't even know who it is. Oh, yeah. This guy.
Death awaits ya.
Oh, tier 4. That's what I needed.
Those primitive and make a
An audience with the king, eh?
Speak. Go. Hello.
$5 elemental resists on a shield. It's not bad. Doesn't give you the parry ability though. Not that I really ever use fucking parry. Not a very useful skill right now, unfortunately. Actually, I kind of wonder where I'm actually playing in the league for Dawn of the Hunt. I'm kind of wondering if not very many people actually went to the league if they chose to keep access to all of their currencies. Oh, holy crap. So that node will... Oh, weird. Okay, so when we were looking at this earlier, there was clearly a node that went back and forth through here. And then now that I've come around a different direction and activated this, that link has disappeared. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see. Interesting. Alright guys, I think that's going to end up being it for the night. I've gone like an hour over when I normally go on non-raid nights, so we'll save these unique maps for next time. I got 2 of them. I'm assuming that they both will contain a they're both the exact same map. I don't know how that'll end up working. Well, one's a forest and one's a swamp. I don't know if that'll make a difference, but yeah, completing this map will drop an Atlas skill book. They both say that, so hopefully they both continue saying that afterwards. But yeah, I'll save those for next time for people that want to see them. But yeah, that's going to be it for me for the night. I will be streaming again tomorrow night from 7 to 10 p.m. Pacific time. We'll be doing a raid in World of Warcraft for Season of Discovery. So if you guys haven't checked out the new raid yet, or if you watched the previous run that I did, the continuation of that run. So hopefully we'll actually manage to get deeper in this time, but we'll see. But yeah, that's all I got for the night, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out, and if you were chatting, that's awesome, and if you were lurking, that's perfectly fine as well. If you guys are watching from YouTube and you enjoyed the content, be sure and hit that like and subscribe. Come back and see us again. And then if you're watching on Twitch, make sure you hit that follow button and come back and see us in the future. But that's all I've got. I'll be releasing my own review of the 020 patch pretty soon on YouTube. I'll probably shoot it on Monday night and post it up either late Monday night or Tuesday morning, and you guys can check it out, see what you think about my opinion of the overall, now that I've played through the entire campaign and done some mapping and stuff. So yeah, look for that in the near future. Otherwise, have a great night, everybody. Thanks again for your time, and we'll see you next time.